And how's it all going? Been a minute. Get light on. Oh. So this is actually going to be the first time I'm actually using the DT602. It's going to be interesting. Huh. Okay. Where the hell did my Gmail go on this? Oh, I don't have Gmail on this. I gotta have Gmail on that. Alrighty, we're rocking with power. Okay, forward. Oh, wrong one. Doot doot doot. There we go. I was looking at the wrong damn thing. In fact, let me go turn that all off. Okay, now we're gonna go. Would that be 6? Been a long time since I used this one. Oh, I guess it was already doing it. That was kind of cool. Yeah, 6. Actually, we're a little bit too far back, but we won't bother worrying about that. Hey, Johnny. That's purty. Sorry about that. Forgot this microphone picks up everything. You can probably figure out what I had for dinner last night by listening. Man, that's so much nicer than the Bachmann Spectrum that I had back in like 1990. Although I do admit the skirt, I think, looked better on the Bachmann. Only because it was plastic and you could get that nice, crisp corners of doors. You can't get that with metal because metal stretches. Oh, that's cool. The insides of the class lights on the rear are lit green also. It's just not the outsides. L1. 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 I don't have my phone in here to look that up. I know they're doing an 060 Pennsylvania. They really like Pennsylvania. They did the Centipede, the GG1, that other electric that they're doing right now, some kind of box cab. I know I'm missing something, and it was on the tip of my tongue. The, what was it, the S1 and stuff like that? The 4444, the 6... Oh, the 280, okay. A Mikado. do want a Mikado on here at some point. The next couple of Steams are kind of already written in stone. The Shea, obviously. I'm kind of going for the Yellow Jacket. But I really do like the look of the Berkshire that just came out. The Southern Pacific Berkshire. The 6446, yeah, the S1 and T1, that's what they were. That is not a Longhorn. BLI, you failed on that one. And that just sounded like horse crap. That was the Longhorn. So BLI, I'm striking you a mark on that Longhorn on this thing. Especially since this is the excursion version. That rhymed. The 1980 to 2000. I wanted a Daylight. I wanted the Blue Goose more, so I got the Blue Goose. But I wanted the Daylight, but I wanted it with white walls and the Southern Pacific, not Southern Pacific lines. I wanted the big lettering. So I kind of settled for this one. I saw it, bought it. Honestly, didn't even look at the number. I saw that it had white walls, I saw the big lettering on the tender, and I bought it. Because literally everyone's sold out. I can't find this thing anywhere. And I paid next to nothing for it. Because it was in the refurb shop. And honestly, I don't see any reason it would have been in the refurb shop except my OCD nitpicking. When I was looking at the wheels, I do not like how they did the pinstriping. I've been thinking about this. They should have ran the wheels around twice instead of just once, because you got a thick and then it thins. Or, I don't know. Maybe they were just bad wheels. I don't know. From a distance, you can't tell at all. Literally, when I'm nose to engine, I can see it. Honestly, I wasn't even planning on buying this steam engine. I'm kind of pissed that I had to steal a switch. Obviously, my crane. I had to pull the crane car and the switcher off the little siding to house this thing. But I'd rather have it than never have it at all. If that makes sense. I didn't need it right now. Obviously, I don't have enough cars and stuff to have all these engines. But I'm guessing it would have been another 2 years before they reran this thing, if they reran it. Have fun, Johnny. I do like this DT 607 or 602. So you can't see it, but if you look at a picture of it, up on the top is a D, an E, and an F button. And what those corresponds to is F10, F11, and an F12. So I don't need to cycle through my F buttons to the next level. I can just do it all from a single. And that I dig. Man, I need more room. This is looking like crap. I've been messy. I was just cleaning up my layout a little bit because it's gotten just a mess. It will be so nice once I start buying some more of these Walthers buildings and I can start throwing away these templates. I've been working on the water tower slowly. I got to do some touch up on the legs and stuff. It's getting there though. Oh, you don't even see the leg though. That's the sad thing. The leg right now, where the yard's gonna go eventually, is, oh my God. I've been kind of using it as a workbench. Oh, you know what? I want to steal a metal table. Yeah. I'm going to steal one of my parents' old, like 1960s picnic folding tables. Or a party table or whatever you want to call it. Because I'm going to set that up out in the front room as a workstation. That's where I'll build models and stuff like that. Because I can't keep doing it here. I got another light I can put up to give me good light. Actually, I got two, I think. Honestly, I'm only a switch away from starting that yard. Actually, no, I lied. A switch and a single piece of 670 millimeter curved track. And then I could start the yard. Which then would open up all this space here. And I could actually really start planning the turntable. Because I've decided the turntable's going on this that area. I don't know if I'm going to do a roundhouse. If I do, the camera that you're watching right now would be looking at the ass end of it. So, but at least it would give me a place to turn any loco I have, which would benefit me in the long run. One, I'm getting it eventually anyway. Gotta have a turntable. Just a rule. Clintonville's rule of railroading, number 1. Gotta have a turntable. And it'll give me a good spot where I can start my spacing for the other siding coming off that backside there. Actually, no, because I would have to do the switch first. Okay, scratch that. Can't do that yet, though. That's fine. Wait a minute. Yeah, I could, because that goes over there. The one I have, the crossover I actually have, actually goes over there. And it is, what's the word I'm looking for? Jesus, my brain is fried after this week. Automatic, electric. Remote, that's the word I was looking for. Yes, the Doodlebug does have the cheapest DCC chip I could find. Bare bones. It was actually intended for an N-scale locomotive. It is a DH165IP from Digitrex. It's an 8-pin push-in, because mine was DCC. The one I got, luckily, was DCC ready. My original layout, my first one, didn't have any. It was just it was a Bachmann. My very first layout was the Bachmann Powerhouse Yard Boss. Totally different from the Yard Boss that we have now. The second layout, which is still on the ceiling at my parents' house in their basement, I ended up installing a 12-inch. No. It was big enough to take the Blue Goose, the Rubber Rossi Blue Goose. So maybe 13-inch, I don't know. But it was a Bowser turntable. Hey, Paul. And I ended up selling that Bowser turntable to start up layout number 3, which was an N-scale layout on this board in the same exact spot it is, except the leg was on the side where the camera is now. And then I started going even blinder than I was, so I ended up getting out of that and going to HO. And then I got out of HO to start the fish business, the fish tank venture. And then that was totally dashed when the building sold. And the landlord goes, yeah, you got to get rid of all of it. Even though it was in the basement, concrete basement, I bought everything to be low power. LED lighting, I mean, the majority of it was the heaters. And it actually benefited the building because, one, it was a humidifier, which we don't have. And two, you'd be surprised how much, I don't know how many gallons I had, 10, 1,200 gallons, 12 to 1,500 gallons, all kept at roughly 78 to 80. It benefited the building in the winter immensely because this building leaks heat like you wouldn't believe. But, oh well. From what I understand, when I got rid of the fish tanks the next winter, people started asking why their heating bills went up. And I kind of laughed. But I'm reusing as much as I can. The lights here are from the fish tanks. They were my two best lights for the planted tanks. All the other lights I had were fish only. These were like the Coupe de la Grande, or Coupe de la Grey, whatever the hell that word is. 200 or 300 a pop. I've been living in this building since 2012. I know the ins and outs of this whole goddamn building. Hell, for almost a year I cared for it. Yeah, that word, Paul. Thank you. Oi. The nice thing is I'm only coughing like once in a great while now. Oh, I just realized you don't even get to see the Mountain Dew can. So I found this Mountain Dew can. It was a really tall one. So I bought it and I drank it. And that's my, pretend it's a oil tank because all the steam engines are oil. Yeah, let's crank it. And that would be the max speed I would normally run this thing. Oh, you can see it just a little. Man, see, that's why I hate tablets. I really did not think this out. Because, honestly, the layout, this should be the computer room. And I should move the bedroom into the smaller den second bedroom. But it's just so much work. I don't want to do it. I'd have to have them come and switch the fan from the ceiling, the den ceiling into the bedroom. I'd have to undo my air conditioner that's been sealed in pretty much perfectly since the day I installed it, like 100 years ago. I'd have to move the desk and oh my god, I don't even want to move. I'll just burn that desk right where it stands. I just got this. This is a break-in today. I got it Friday. Pardon me. Eventually, I'm going to be adding 2 other cameras to the layout. But I got to run USB first and get a hub and all that stuff. Although I could use that cable. I need to get a powered hub. I can mount that underneath the layout and then run the cameras to it. I do have another camera. I don't know if it really works, but it's an auto-focusing one. And I used to do fish. And the autofocusing camera is great for like face-to-face. But it really sucks at fish, and because it really sucks at fish, I would assume it really sucks at layout also. Because it would always be trying to focus. It like literally focuses every second. The one I'm actually using is a manual focus. Well, surprisingly, these are actually really good autofocusers. But for moving things, it's just because it's moving, it's always focusing, always focusing. But yeah, I mean, I did streaming before. I'm not new to streaming per se. During the lockdown, I started streaming during the lockdown, the fish stuff. And I bought, 50-foot length USB cables and stands and cameras, and I would stream the fish tanks. This really is no different. Honestly, it's a lot easier because it's up here and not down in the basement. The USB cable is draped around the den, through the door, into the hallway, into the bedroom door, along the wall, and up to the camera right now. Because at the time I wasn't going to pop a hole in the wall, but I have since then for the microphone cable. But that's a little dinky hole. The USB, what is it, USB-A? The very first original one, the big one. That would be a big hole. Paul, you know what? If it's not big enough to do what you planned to do, take your plan and put it on the back burner. I started with literally an 18-inch circle on a dining room table in N scale. And then it grew to this layout. This layout was actually on top, sitting on top of the dining room table. I put the dining room table where pretty much the layout is now. And that's what dictated the height. It was the framing, what I built here, the two modules just sitting on top of the dining room table. Not necessarily. The thing I love about Kato Track is you can put it up and take it down and put it up and take it down and put it up and take it down. And if you start having problems, it's dirt cheap to fix it. Because all you got to do is, it's like 10 bucks for a package of unijoiners. Because that's what fails on the track. The actual track does not fail. Do it on the floor. I mean, that's actually what Kato Track was made for. Put it up, take it down, put it up, take it down, put it up, take it down. Because the Japanese live in like closets, not houses or rooms. So they don't have the room to make a layout. So they had to have something where they could, again, put it up, take it down, put it up, take it down. That's plenty. I could do so much with that size layout. That's honestly not much. It's not much smaller than mine. Mine's 54 by 121. Yeah. Obviously, whoever made this room doesn't know how to, read a tape measure, because that's an odd size for a room, is 121 inches wide. I can unscrew 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, and this whole layout comes into 3 pieces, as it stands, as it is right now. It's held up by 2x2s that I stuck underneath the board, a dresser, and the actual walls themselves. Ludicrous speed. And I already did lower its top speed. I CV set all the max voltage speeds to 195. Nothing is higher than 195 on this layout. Oh, I do want to check that though. I separated all the sections of the track earlier today to test each and every feed to make sure it was working good. Just as a precaution, because I changed the power and I ended up finding a problem with one of the feeds. One of my feeds went bad. I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how the hell the layout was working with this bad power feed, because it was right here. There's no way for me to power the yards without power there, or at least the steam engines, because power doesn't go backwards on the switches. But I had power somehow, but I definitely have power now. Paul, just remember, don't do more. How do I say this? Don't do more than you can fully stretch out. Like, for instance, this is comfortable, but I can stretch all the way across. Obviously, you don't want to stretch all the way across because you're literally laying on the tracks. But I was told, don't make a layout bigger than you can stretch across it. That, and never hide track. Like, if you're making a mountain, make sure you can get to all your track at any given time. Don't ever, like, section yourself off. That's the air horn. I have to let my bonehead of a dog out. Let's go. See you, Johnny. Oh, you know what I can do now? I can reenact the movie Tough Guys. One of the best goddamn movies ever made. If you haven't seen Tough Guys, go see Tough Guys. You will not be disappointed. Even if you hate actors, you will not be disappointed, because that locomotive, 4449, is the star of the show. Yeah, for shits and giggles. What are we at stock smoke? Stock smoke pretty good. Oh, at least it was for a little second. Hey, Keldick. I haven't even done the smoke CVs on this thing yet. Relatively quiet. I do hear a little motor hum, but the majority I'm hearing is the wheels on the rails. My break-in procedure has been honed. It's not really the length. Obviously, the whole process is going to take about 2 hours. On a straight oval like I have, it takes 2 hours because you got to do it twice. It usually takes 1 hour if you have both left and right curves on your layout. Roughly about that. 30-minute forward at variable speeds. And then, like I said, if you have the oval, you flip the locomotive around and you do the same process again. Because as of right now, this locomotive is technically only making right-hand turns. It's not making any left-hand turns. No. I did the exact same thing with N scale. A lot of people, oh, you don't need to do that. Technically, you don't. Like I said, it's just what I do. The turning the locomotive around, going opposite direction, I think you should. Because a locomotive should not get broken in. You shouldn't break in a car only making right-hand turns. You should break it in making, right-hand turns, left-hand turns, backing up, variable speed, all that kind of stuff. And if you have DCC, I highly recommend putting speed limits on everything. Because honestly, the Blue Goose went way, way too fast for this layout. It was like, I think it was the highest one I've had, 250 or something like that. As stock. 22 and 24. But if you want to get precise, 550 and 610 millimeter. Kato track, you got to kind of fudge the radiuses a little bit because they're non-standard radiuses. They don't do per se an 18 and a 20 and a 22 and a 24. They're like 5/8 type stuff. As for feeds, I got one here. I got one here. Got one here for the yard. I got one down on mainline 2 on this end. And then I got track feeders here and here. Oh, and I got one right here because it's between the switches. And all that's done on 2 different buses. What I have is the power from the power pack coming to the connector that's about right here. And it splits it into 3. Bus 1 is from here to here on this side. Bus 2 is from the same spot on this side. So the wire comes this way here, and on bus 2 it comes and does this. And the thinking of that is the first, picture a hose. Start stabbing holes in it. The water closest to the spigot is going to shoot out the most. The water at the very far end isn't going to come out at all. So I have it set up to where the 2 main feeds at, we'll call it 7 o'clock and 1 o'clock are the first on the line. Because you won't have much fall off, but you will have fall off on your second feed and your third feed and your fourth feed on your line. If it was up to me, I'd have a feed on every single track joint. Oh yeah, no, don't do it on a temp setup. If anything, on a temp setup, you use the track section feeder, if that makes any sense. It's an actual piece of track with the wire coming out of it. You don't solder Unitrack. That's the joy of Unitrack. You can take it apart. I can have a totally different layout tomorrow if I wanted to. Oh, screwed that up, didn't I? I turned it down too fast. So, okay, well, that's a good thing, because that does work on this thing then. Okay, well, that was an unexpected test that I tested. Cool. Okay, so we do that, we do that, and we do that. And we do that. Alrighty. Oh yeah. The only thing I haven't touched yet is the smoke. Momentum, all that is set. I set that up before I even run them. I think I need to raise the sound a little. Where is my cheat sheet book? I have the sound at 30. Let's go 35. Yes, 60 is good on the FEF. The Blue Goose and the Daylight are the same, I'll say, programming. I'll call that programming 30. The FEF is a second programming. I'll call that program 60. The Goose and this Daylight are super loud. You got to turn it down to like 30 instead of 60. Because I actually have my FEF at 60. Or 65, somewhere in there. I honestly kind of like the knob better than the handheld knob. I like the base station knob a little bit better than the handheld knob. I wanted to touch base. That was one of the things I wanted to touch base today. Was that's what I was talking about on the sound. The Goose and the FEF are so much louder than the FEF that I had to turn the main volume down even more. So far, pretty much all the diesels I have are all the same. So pretty much I think what I'm going to do is reprogram the GS4 pretty much with the exact same programming I have for the Goose. Which I pretty much already have it like that. There are some differences between the FEF and the Goose on settings. every single BLI well, every single locomotive I have is BLI. In every single BLI manual, I have 3 sheets stuck into it. Sheet 1, information about the locomotive itself. When it was built, its serial number, who made it, so on and so forth. Sheet 2 is a list of function button CVs to change. And sheet 3 is a list of mechanical, I'll say, CVs to change. No. Because I want to say, you were saying JTS is petroleum based. Can't. Mineral only. All mineral oil are the same. They're literally all made by one company. BLI, Bachmann, it's the exact same stuff. Mineral oil smoke. BLI smoke, Bachmann smoke, it's all the same stuff. Kelvis trying to talk me into using petroleum-based smoke. No thanks. Plus, what the hell kind of shit does that put out? Mineral oil is clean. Man, smoke started in DC. My original Daylight from Bachmann, 1990, Spectrum. That had smoke. How we didn't burn ourselves to the ground back then, I have no clue. Because you couldn't turn the smoke units off. As long as the locomotive was running, the smoke unit was on. And we never melted shells back then. I put hundreds of hours on my Daylight back in the day, and I never used smoke. The unit was on, but it never put smoke in it. No, because that idea could be abused too easily. All you need is for some stupid pothead to get a hold of a Daylight, do something wrong, burn his damn house down, and then we have no more BLI. And don't say it won't happen, because that's exactly how Beavis and Butthead was pulled off the air. Some stupid kid burned his house down. Because they were too young to be watching Beavis and Butthead, and their parents let them. God, that was such a great show. Yeah, that was cool. Oh, I remember that show. I can see when my track starts, when my track isn't aligned perfectly, and it annoys me. I mean, Jesus, you had some lady spill coffee in her lap because she put it between her legs and she squeezed her legs together and spilled, and the coffee came out of it, burned her legs, and sued McDonald's. I mean, I bought hot coffee. Coffee's hot. I burned my mouth out of the coffee coming out of my coffee pot. I gotta let it cool down before I start drinking it. Should we ban Mr. Coffee? Have fun, Paul. Yes. An old Bachmann Spectrum UP Doodlebug. DCC ready. Brand new Northwest short line wheels with new gears. I bought it for 39 bucks in box and paid 50 bucks for the wheels. It's a little too slow for my liking. Like, that's 50%. I got that before my BLI rule. Have fun, Kedrick. slowing down. That's right. Hey, Eugene. How's it going? I also redid the connectors on my test track / programming track thing. Ooh. Damn it, I forgot the phone again. That is a long 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this, I'm going to flip this around again. We'll get these going. Yeah, we'll do the new caboose here. I did that backwards, didn't I? Yep, all good. SPT. Hey, wait. Oh, I forgot about that, didn't I? You are going to annoy the hell out of me, aren't you? I am so replacing those couplers. Okay, we won't run that yet. New Haven it is. Okay, so let's go. Left. First of all, track on. We're at the left. 5012. And 4449. Oh, damn, I hit the wrong button. Not that one. God damn it. I gotta remember that. Okay, so this is the... So you can actually literally control two at once with this. Because what I was thinking, I was switching left and right, both knobs were switching too, and that's not the case. The right knob is for the right engine, and the left knob is for the left engine. So it's not an ambidextrous thing. liking this. This is going to be fun. Ow, I just ran into the microphone. What's up, buddy boy? What? Oh, look at that. I let the dog out and didn't even care about the trains. I knew they were still going to be running. Who would have thought? Gotta love Kato truck. What you doing, bud boy? You coming? No? Okay. Here you go. I'll give you some cowbell. Well, what's up with that? Steam is better. It isn't. 218 is 90. Reduce, FEF. Alrighty, I got all these settings ready to go, and that's done. Okay. Yep, we done a lot of work. Sorry, I was writing down the settings I'm putting into the GS4. Well, the mainline goal is almost done. Pretty much all I need to do is get another crossover yet. Or at least get the two switches to make the crossover. The inside where the trains are was originally temporary, but I actually dig it enough where I'm leaving that permanent. Or at least semi-permanent. Far from the camera where the steam engines are parked, that's actually going to lead into the turntable. I'm putting the turntable over there. The diesels is going to have, where the diesels are right in front of the camera, that's going to become a diesel house. Or the diesel shed, or whatever the hell they call it, from Walters. I'm actually going to put the kind of like a ladder yard. Well, no, not a ladder yard at all. Yeah, there's actually a leg to this. This is 54 by 121 inches, and then the leg is a 4 by 3. It was originally set up for N scale. And in N scale, I was able to do a curve on this 3 foot section. But it's going to be, originally it was going to be the turntable and roundhouse and a couple lines in a yard. But I'm actually going to turn it into a full yard, 3 feet worth of track going across, line after line after line. The longest length is probably going to be like 4 foot, and it's going to ladder down from there. The steam engine on the other side of the diesels that you just see the top poking out, the BL2 and the Santa Fe, those are just dead DC locos. The Doodlebug does work. I put a DCC chip in it. I was running that earlier for a little bit. But it doesn't have sound. I like the. I'm really liking the Digitrack system that they have currently. My original DC system was Digitrax. It was the DCS50, and I hated that. I got the upgraded version of that, the DCS52. Well, I got rid of the original 50, and I ended up going with a NCE power cab. I ended up selling that to my brother years ago, and I went with the better of the current two systems, amp-wise, which is the DCS52 3 amp, versus the power cab is a 2.5. Honestly, if I had my way, BLI would make sound to DC locos, no DCC at all, because I'd rather use my DC Troller power pack, because that thing's just awesome. But it doesn't run DC locomotives at all, because it already works on a pulse system. It was like the very first DC locomotive power pack to work on a pulse system, and that was to control slow speed creep better than anything I've ever seen. Blows away the 9000 and the 9500 from MRC I had. It was made in like 1978 in Chicago. All metal design. The thing weighs a ton. Like, if I started swinging this thing around, I could kill somebody easy. But they did that kind of stuff back in the day. They made stuff good. But I'm really liking the DC wise, the Digitrex DCS52. And then on top of that, it plugs into the back of the DCS52. That's your power pack. It has a controller. You can control multiple locomotives, but only one at a time. I ended up getting the handheld that plugs into the back of that and uses its power. It's called the DT602. And that's what I'm using right now. I can literally control 2 locomotives at once. It has 2 knobs and all that. Let me see if I can get this over here. It is wireless. It is IR, but I don't. You got to buy the IR receiver. It's like $30. And then the battery, you know, it could take 3 AA batteries, or it's a rechargeable battery pack for like $10 you can get for the unit itself from Digitrex. But being I don't have the IR, I don't care about the battery. I'm assuming that's one of those ones with the white boxes. I don't have any of those white boxes yet. What I would love to see Digitrex do is do a full, how do I say this? Like everything that they have, and put out a video and say, okay, well, this is what you start, this is what you start with. And then you get this. And then you get this. And then you can get this, and then you can get this, and now you can get this because your your Wi-Fi and radio, they don't really tell you what to get after the DCS52. Oh, that's a good price. I paid $180 for my 52, which is the main power pack, with the control and all that screen. You can, it's a standalone unit. Yeah, that's a 3 amp. And then I $150 for the handheld unit, which doesn't add any power. It just is a control. It's like a throttle alone. Eventually I do want to get one of those white boxes, but like I said, I don't know which one to get, because Digitrex doesn't really tell me that. I'm not buying anything until I know, because they range from like $200 up to a few hundred. Yes, I'm sure I could, but the hobby shop I go to is roughly 150 mile round trip, and the last time I was in there to get the handheld, the DCC guy was not there. I go to Lombard Hobby in Lombard, Illinois. That's why I got the DCS 52 is a standalone unit, obviously. So I didn't even ask anything about that. And then the DT 602 is just a handheld that plugs into the back of any local net capable something or other, blah blah blah. And it says LocoNet, so I know I have LocoNet, so I was able, you know. Honestly, I think the next time I go there, I pray my pocketbook prays is when the Shay comes out, which is in fall or something like that. I gotta yell at my dog. Hold on. I'm not taking you out again. Go lay down. You got your window. Go get that. It's a nice day out, and my dog's all mad because he's not outside. No, unless the power car, because I ordered a power car too. And while I wish it was, I'd rather have a general power car. I'm getting the UP one from BLI. Only because of what my layout. It's based on a museum. And might want to pull a passenger train with a diesel locomotive, and I would need a power car for that. Because obviously the GP30 doesn't pull passenger, and SW or the NW2 doesn't pull passenger. The EA and the Centipede that does, and obviously all steam can. See, if it's raining, it's snowing, I don't care. Screw the outside. It's bad for you. Everything out there is trying to kill you. You breathe, you get cancer now. You got pumas running around and bears and them wild turkeys, they ain't no joke. They mess you up. I swear, what is it, chupacabra? That Mexican werewolf thing? That monster? I like the GD1. The only thing that's holding me back is the Paragon 3. I will not buy another Paragon 3. Only because of one of the CVs in the Paragon 4 I have fallen in love with, and it's a standard. And that's the warning horn. Oh, geez, what the hell? Hold on. Was it 227? Yeah, 227 is stock as number 2. You can change it to number 6, which gives you the warning horn. 3 for backup, 2 for forward, 1 for stop. Well, in Paragon 4, you can change it 6 to 14, and it'll hold the engine until it's done with that tooting. Don't get me wrong, I like Paragon 3, but if I have the option to buy the Paragon 4, I'm buying a Paragon 4. In fact, the EA, I'm going to actually take the Paragon 3 card out, send it back to BLI for 50 bucks, and they're going to send me the Paragon 4 card for that locomotive, which gives me the CV227 S14. And I'm just lucky enough they're able to do that. They're not able to do that with everything. They've come out with a Paragon 4 version of that locomotive, but not that shell. I want the Alton. I don't want Gulf Mobile in Ohio. I mean, if I had the money, if money was unlimited, I would go and buy the Paragon 4 version and just switch the shells. And then have a Paragon 3 as standby, as a secondary unit for, you know, to do an AA. But I wouldn't do it, I would probably do the Santa Fe. You might call them, actually contact them and say, I have this GG3, or the GG1. Did you ever do this in Paragon 4? And if they did, you should, like they did with me, you are able to switch the cards out. You won't get the features like the lighted cabin stuff, but you'll get access to the CV settings. It's just a nice little touch. You don't need it. You really don't. It runs perfectly fine. I love my EA. But it starts moving while it's still blowing its horns. That's the only difference. Luckily, I just started in December, so the Blue Goose, that was the first thing I bought. Boom. Because that's my first true love right there, is the Blue Goose. Then I got the FEF triple stack, the FEF2 triple stack. And I got a Scale Trains GP30, which turned out to be, I ended up returning that. With that, I got the EA, the EMC EA, and then I added a little bit more, and got the NW2, because the EA, it was cheaper. It was $100 cheaper than the Scale Trains. For the single engine. So I took the remaining money and added some more and got the switcher. And then I originally ordered the bunch of all the track and the Bowser Hammerhead. And one of the problems I had with the Scale Trains was the CV settings. And the Bowser had the same decoder as the GP30. So I said, you know what? I don't want the Hammerhead. I'll take the Baldwin Centipede, which was the same price. Because I originally ordered it online, and then I was in the area. So I stopped by, and I'm like, you know, I'm in the area, can I just pick it up instead of you shipping it? And it actually worked out, because I would have got that, and I would have been up a creek without a paddle again. Because I still don't have the information I asked for. That's why that's why the locomotive went back. They would not give me the information I needed. And I didn't know where to go to look it up. It wasn't in the manual. All I wanted to know is I wanted to switch the F8 button and the F9 button stuff. So F9 was F8 and F8 was F9. And I could never figure it out. I couldn't find the info for it, so I said screw it. Plus, I don't like the fact that I have to change CVs just to change sound CV. That's just stupid. Why just get rid of that first CV altogether? Throw it out the window. You don't need it. I love the Centipede. Paragon 4, Pennsylvania Railroad, with the radio antennas. It's behind the BL2 there. Oh, 5-stripe. Got to pull 2 locos so you can get the full effect. Her nickname is Big Chungus. I'll give you something better. $13 and a quarter. I also got the, this was an impulse buy, and I would never have bought it if it wasn't so cheap. It was the 2025 collector locomotive. E44 something. It's one of the newer style diesels. It's the CSX Western Maryland heritage. Well, that locomotive is roughly the boiler of a big boy, and they actually ran them too. They ran them as AA units. If I had, honestly, if I had the money, I would go buy its mate. They call it an A1, A2. I got the A1. The A2 was sold separately. They also sold them as sets. Yep, Mount Endu. Mount Endu there has been a staple of all my layouts. Recently, I just added a quote-unquote, I'm doing air quotes here, oil holding tank that Mountain Dew has sponsored, which is by the steam engines over there on the right side. I was at the dollar store, I saw that, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect height. Because it's literally the same. It's the same height as the water tower. When I originally had the N scale, I actually had a sign on the Mountain Dew bottle that said Mount Endu. I named it Endu. If you're ever in northern Illinois, go to Union, Illinois Railroad Museum, and that's a loose base of my layout. Plan to go probably both Saturday and Sunday if you can go, because it's big. It's the largest railroad museum in North America. They're in the process of, they got the turntable already. They're in the process of raising funds to build a pit for a 130-foot turntable. Or is it 150? I don't know. It's one of the biggest ones they made. And they're going to be building a roundhouse to store a bunch of their, better and bigger locomotives in. Like, they got some rare, very rare stuff. Honestly, for a train guy, Union, Illinois is well worth a trip in itself. It would be like going to Steamtown if Steamtown was maybe three times the size. Hell, maybe even 4 times the size. Honestly, I can't say I can see it from space, but I can pick it out right, on Google Earth when I'm zooming in. They actually run on old trolley right-of-way. They have like a 4 or 5 mile long, run that they do back and forth. And then they have a loop inside for the smaller stuff. Along with, 19 barns now? Something like that. They got electric buses, electric trolleys, diesel, steam. They save stuff. They got the station, the 52nd Avenue station from the old Metro line in Chicago. They got Spalding Tower, which is a switch tower. Marengo, Illinois Depot. They got a flag stop from the Rockford and Interurban trolley line. Rail transportation, yes. But they kind of go outside their wheelhouse with the electric buses. It's that big, they have a bus service to take you around. They also have a trolley to take you around. It's a big place. But yeah, a lot of rail stuff. They're actually building a town right now, and they're going to have the trolley line running through the town like in the old days. They're expanding their small loop. I think they'll still have the small loop, but they're giving it like a figure 8 style. And the figure 8 style is a lot bigger, which I believe will stop also because it'll take you to the far side barns. They started in like 1960s or something like that. Or maybe even sooner, because they were in like Chicago. Originally they were housed in the yard of the Milwaukee line that went from Chicago to Milwaukee, the North Shore line. And when they closed that down, they kind of kicked them out. So then they came out to Union, rebuilt, they started building small. They started rebuilding the main line for the old trolley line that they run on now. But yeah, they restore stuff too. They got some gorgeous stuff there. It's been so long since I've been there too. Every year, hell, when I moved out here over 10 years ago, I'm like, Dad, next year we're going to Union. Next year comes, Dad, next year we got to go to Union. We got to go check that place out, Every year I just keep kicking it. Only because it's so freaking big. Look it up on Google Earth. You'll love it. You'll be looking around going, dude, where's this end? I guarantee you. Go to Union, Illinois. You zoom in on that and then go just east of the town. You can't miss it. Illinois Railway Museum. They call it IRM. See, back in the day, even when they were closed, they were open. I remember going back there, what was it? I don't know. I was in high school, because I was in Photoshop. I ended up going out there one morning at like 5 o'clock in the morning to catch the sunrise. And I took a bunch of pictures while I was out there. You could walk them. I think it's all fenced off now. You know, to where they have gates where you can get in and out when they're open. But I don't know. Like I said, it's been years since I've been out there. They even have an eBay page. They sell stuff on eBay. I bought a couple books off them. You can. I remember seeing bells there you could buy and signs and stuff. They have a GTLO something or other Big Blow, the Union Pacific Big Blow engine sitting outside. Right by that, there's just to the south of that, there's a long building, and just to on the north side of the building is, like I'd say every maybe 10 feet for the next 150, 200 feet, crossbucks, all different styles of crossbucks. And if you're in the area, take a trip out to Freeport, Illinois. It's maybe an hour west. That's like out in the boonies compared to, Union, you're just starting to get into the boonies out of Chicago. Freeport, you're really in the boonies. But they have this Stephenson County, search Stephenson County Heisler. They actually have a mile-long stretch still that they pull a small train for passenger, for sightseeing with a Heisler, a 1914 Heisler or 1912 Heisler or something like that. And that's the old Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul line. That one, they just go like maybe 5 miles an hour through. They do Halloween trips. They might, I don't know if they do Christmas trip. We did the Halloween trip. Or no, it was a nighttime trip during Halloween. They had the stuff out for Halloween, but they didn't have it activated. It was just a nighttime trip. And that was great. It's a wood burner. And you'd see the sparks coming out of the smokestack and stuff. Oh, and since you're in the area, Union, that would be maybe 45 minutes southeast of there is South Elgin, Illinois. Fox Valley River Trolley Museum. And in South Elgin, Illinois, which used to be called Clintonville, cough cough, there is the old Chicago, Aurora, and Elgin substation, which currently, since like the 50s, has housed a model railroad club. And that is where this my whole layout is based. Eventually I'm going to have that building 3D printed. And it's going to be on my layout. Because this is actually, I actually base this in a real spot. I measured stuff out on Google Earth, 54 inches in HO scale would equal out to X amount of feet, so on and so forth. Um, just off camera, literally, like just off camera, off the board, it would actually in real life be a bike path running north and south. As you ride through this bike path, this area where this layout is just farm field. And in my world, they became famous and started their own railroad museum. Henceforth, Clintonville Railroad Museum. Have fun. I was checking my painting. Johnny, I'm slowly painting the bands going around the water tanks, aluminum. And I was checking to make sure if I needed to touch up the yellow any more than I already had. Honestly, you don't even see it. I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm just that anal compulsive. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Johnny? Yeah, I mean, but the camera don't pick it up. Honestly, even from where I'm sitting right now, I can't see it. If I do a close-up picture, I'll be able to notice it, though. I gotta touch up the legs some, because I painted the metal rod that is holding the legs together, the aluminum also. Kiami or whatever that paint is screwed me in the long run. I see gloss black and I see black, so I bought black. That's what I don't want gloss. Ends up it's still a gloss. So the actual black is gloss black on that. Gotta stop and let the passengers out. And I gotta clean my pipe out. There we go. So, okay, I want to start making notes. GP30 horn. I want to raise the volume. Oh, then that's all that matters, man. I've had jobs like that. I've had jobs I used to go in on my days off, too. Ah, I have not been to a train show yet. They have one every month here in Northern Illinois, in DuPage County, Wheaton, Illinois, in DuPage County. The Great American Train Show, or something like that it's called, at the fairgrounds. I know they have one here in town every once in a while. Honestly, a lot of the stuff I'm buying, I don't want to buy used. There's just some things I will buy new straight up. Like power supplies, you know, the controllers and stuff like that. Well, that's pretty much it. I'll buy track used. Maybe not switches, but track used. I don't know if I would buy an engine used anymore. Back in the day when DC only, sure. Nowadays, I don't know. I mean, unless they had a test track there. Make sure the decoder works and everything. I would buy cars. Definitely Blue Goose cars if I found the ones I'm looking for. There's only 3 cars left. I want the IHC made dome car. I want the diner car, which I believe IHC and River Rossi did. Other than that, I got all the AHM cars already. I still have to convert them and all that stuff. Cabooses, yeah, I would go for cabooses. Oh, check this caboose out, Johnny. I just got this. Centralia Car Shops. I even got its bag of goodies. I gotta paint them and put them on. Although I forgot about Centralia couplers really just suck. I don't know what the hell they use, but yeah, I gotta replace the couplers on that. I'm a caboose guy. I'd go for cabooses. And like old box cars and stuff like that. No, that Santa Fe, that's Centralia Car Shops. The other 3, the blue, oh, you can't even see them. The Rock Island is an old Athearn Blue Box set that I've always had. I bought this brand new. It's the one car I actually kept through everything because I love the blue, the Rock. Those 2 are, I want to say new Athearn. I just got these not too long ago. And then the New Hampshire caboose is an Atlas. I'm pretty sure it was an Atlas. No, they're gone. Centralia Car Shops was a place out of DuPage County, or DuPage, Illinois. Not DuPage, Des Plaines. It was a bunch of guys that got together and they all started their own business. One of them was Fox Valley Models. Another one was Centralia Car Shops. And they all did their niche stuff. Centralia does some good stuff. You ever see Centralia Car Shop? Beautiful looking box too. Great old company. 2000s. Yeah, Fox Valley Models. I want to say it was all the same guys. Because there was a bunch of real nice companies, Fox Valley Models, Centralia Car Shops, and I believe there was one other, although I can't remember it, that all popped up out of Des Plaines, Illinois. And they were loosely tied along with Des Plaines hobbies, but they weren't. It was, I honestly don't understand how it really works, but I guess some of the owners of the hobby shop started these companies at one point. I so want to get a hold of the Fox Valley Models Milwaukee, I don't even know what they called it, the observation car, but it was, the whole back end of it was like a honeycomb glass. It looked like a dome car, but on the back of a train. It's not dinner time yet, you're not eating. Yeah, wasn't that? Man, let me tell you, the one thing I can do is find shit. I don't know how I do it. Honestly, all I did was typed in the Roco and the number he gave me, and I started looking at stores. And lo and behold, I came across that Canadian store, and I'm like, oh, only one left. Okay, I'm going to email it to him and not put it in the chat like he said to. Yeah, I'm actually envious. He got a nice size. If I could walk up and down the stairs every damn day, I would have done the layout in the basement for sure. I actually designed the layout for the basement at one point. Oh my god, it was great. It had a full circle roundhouse. That's how big it was. It had a 30-foot straightaway in one spot. And it was quad rail. So I had 4 actual lines. I actually designed a layout based on the town I live in N scale, and it ended up to be 190 feet long by 160 feet wide. It was literally a copy of the town in like 1920. It had 4 railroads serving it. Illinois Central, Chicago Northwestern, Chicago Milwaukee St. Paul, and Burlington Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy. I would have loved, I mean, to build that layout would have cost millions, literally millions of dollars. Being that you had to buy, you know, you have to have a building big enough for it. You have to have a benchwork big enough for it. And then all the Kato Unitrack on top of it, because I designed it with Kato Unitrack. And it wasn't a stretched version of it. It was, if it was a loop, it was a loop. If it was a straightaway, it was a straightaway. But what I did do on each end was helix it down underneath it, come back around, helix it back up. So like Chicago Northwestern would go off the board on the north, go down the helix, come back around south underneath it, helix back up, and come in from the what would have been the west southwest. It took me 6 months to design it. It was on SCARM before they went to before they went to the limit. Oh no, SCRAM? SCARM? I don't know. Dude! You're not eating. You're gonna wait the 10 minutes. Because you're just being annoying now. And so I will be annoying. Dinner time is at 4 o'clock. He knows this. He always starts whining to me 30 minutes before. The more he whines, the more I make him wait until 4 o'clock. Is that mean? I don't know. But he just annoys. I mean, the fact that I feed him every day at that time is fine. He knows that. Dude, I love this controller. Being able to flip between two locos damn near instantaneously, but still having full control over the throttle 100% of the time. Digitrex, why can't you make a base station version of the DT602? Call it the DCS52 Plus. Give me the exact same controls I have on the DT, but in a base version. Give me two knobs, two directional knobs. You have the screen already. All you got to do is add a D, E, and F function button. I much prefer SCARM over any rail, but SCARM, I guess the guy died or something, because He ain't nowhere to be found, I guess. He hasn't updated the stuff. There's unit track that's missing, and it just so happens it's an important piece that I use. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta go feed him. God, that's a pretty loco. Not as pretty as the Blue Goose, but damn near close. You know, the yellow jacket will look real nice with those two. Maybe I'll get the other yellow jacket. The old IHC one. And just use it as a display. That way I can just buy the DC one. Why does that look too close? Because it is. I'm going to call it and go to eat. I knew I should have checked that switch. See if I can pop this. No. Sees the problem. I'm not going back and doing it. Alrighty. And that is that. Yes. It has the same as the any other BLI. Crew talk. Uh, wrong button. There we go. Passenger station sounds. They got like mill sounds where it's sawing wood and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm calling it and I'm going to eat. Have fun, y'all.